But, oh. Well, hello, my little beauties. It's Saturday, and Saturday is live coding day. How on earth are you doing, you crazy rock and rollers? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Have a little sip of the old black coffee on me, why don't you? Very nice to have you here. So, today I'm going to be continuing with a thing that I've been working on for a Chrome extension. Now, I had a couple of messages came in recently that freaked me out a wee bit. Two people had asked, how do you build this and how do you build that? Talking about a LastPass extension. They said, I've been following your LastPass tutorial. And they asked a couple of quite detailed questions. And I honestly couldn't remember doing a LastPass tutorial. But then I noticed that I had done one or two live streams where I was attempting to build something that looks like a LastPass clone. But that wasn't a tutorial, and these are not tutorials. It was just me mucking about. That particular thing has not seen the light of day, by the way. I'd like to build a LastPass substitute. I think we need one. And I'd like to do a series on how to build a password manager. I haven't figured out how that's going to fit in with my life, though, because I've got a lot of things on just now, you know. But in any event, as a reminder, these things are definitely not tutorials. It's me building real stuff. And sometimes that stuff never sees the light of day. Sometimes it does, though, you know. And so what I'm building here is something that I'm hoping I can start using within the next week or two. So, what's it gonna be? Well, it's a Chrome extension. And I'll give you a little look at it. It looks... So basically, there's going to be this website that looks like this. Now, I think I mapped this out on the previous live stream. Something like that, right? And those who come on board get access to an internal messaging system, you know, so they can contact technical support and all of that. But what I'm building today is this Chrome extension here. And the idea is going to be that they'll have an inbox. Now it's logged me out. Okay, so here's going to be an inbox. And this is going to look a wee bit like this with envelopes and things like that. And they're going to be able to communicate and basically use this type of system here, like a tech support system. But they're going to be able to do it from a Chrome extension. That is the theory, you know, or at least that's the hope. Oh, and by the way, I had a wee look at the room there to see how popular we are. We are now on 788 GitHub stars. We got 3 stars yesterday. We seem to be picking up stars again, which is good, and we're very, very close to that all-important 800 mark. Now, last year the target was 1200 stars. If we get there, we've got a top 10 framework. And I think that when we get to the top 10, it'll be easy. I don't know if it's still a 1200 target, but I say that last year that was the target, and you probably think that this is the voice of failure. It's not. This framework of ours, the TronGate framework, is, as far as I can tell, I'm calling this probably web development's first ever cancelled framework. This framework has been cancelled. So you'll never see this. I mean, look at these charts here. This was not sent in, pardon me, this was not done by me, these benchmarks. I've had these sent in by multiple other people. I wouldn't even know how to do benchmarks tests. And yet, you'll never hear about this framework being spoken about on PHP News. Traversy has not done a tutorial. He's probably never going to do one. Derek Benass pretended that he was too ill to do tutorials. And then, of course, I looked on the Strava website. I saw he was doing... He says to me, oh, I'd love to do it, but I'm just so ill. I've got long COVID. Oh, it's terrible. And I said, oh, that's great. And then I looked on that Strava website. You know, the one where you track your long runs? And he had been knocking out 10Ks. Literally, the day before he'd said, oh, I'm so ill, I'm too sick to do a tutorial. You go online and he's doing 10k runs that would put an Ethiopian to shame. And then Steph Mischuk, how many times has he said, oh, I've not heard of it? He's had tons of people saying, what do you think of Trongate? What do you think of Trongate? He always says the same thing. I've never heard of it. So it's quite clear. Let's not kid ourselves. This framework is the cancelled framework. This is the framework that, to use a little Kevin Trudeau line, it's the framework that they don't want you to know about. And the reason why they don't want you to know about it is because this is the framework. We're not going to swear. I think we can say BS. We declared BS on an entire industry. We said, nah, we're not going to bother with all of that PSR shenanigans. We're not going to bother with Composer or anything like that. Best of luck. In fact, we're going to get rid of rewrite culture and replace it with stability. We're going to get rid of bureaucracy and replace it with innovation. But they don't like that. So nobody with more than 1,000 subscribers has done a tutorial about this framework or done a positive review or anything. The only exception is the guy Lionel, Tech Lead, who was gracious enough to give me a little interview a while back, and I thank him and I hope that I can repay him at some point. But apart from that, I mean, don't get me wrong, we've got tons of help. I'm talking about the influencers though. Can you handle it? Talking about those people with 500,000 more subs. They're not talking about this framework. Now, I never knew that that would happen last year. And so this 788 or whatever it is GitHub stars that we've got, I don't consider that a failure this year. It's not a failure, given the fact that the framework has been cancelled. This is a miracle, and we are going to get a top 10 framework, there's no doubt about it. And I have a big announcement coming up when we reach 800 stars, but I'll save it until then. But let me tell you, I am an explosion of optimism when it comes to this framework. Not as much when it comes to this chat though. Anyway, that concludes my introduction, and thank you for listening. So let's get going. Now you'll see here a very simple little thing. I've started recording the videos for Speed Coding Academy 2. And it feels nice, you know, it feels nice to be doing that again. It's going to be about 300 videos though. And I'm trying to do 2 videos per day. So you can do the math, you know. It's a long time. I'm doing the whole thing again. Last one was good, but I think I can do it better. Anyway, here we are, and I'm now going into this here. So this is the Chrome extension, right? And what's happening is, by the way, yesterday I do these live streams pretty much every day for the channel members. And I had to leave quite abruptly yesterday. I apologise. I had a phone call and, well, little Blackie was not too well, had to go to the vet, you know. And I headed over to the vets and I just chucked the live stream because I get stressed when animals are not too well, you know. Not that I'm virtue signalling, not that I'm a nice guy, but that was why I had to end the live stream. So we're continuing here. And I've got this thing that says activate messages manage, and it's going to attempt to display messages on a page. Now, just to make sure that we do have a gig, I'm going to do a little alert that says here we go. And then we'll click onto this, and you can see that we've now got that alert appeared. So that's a nice start, right? It's a nice start. So, how does this thing go? Well, you can see that we're drawing a spinner on the page. Just make sure you can see me here. Okay, so we draw a spinner on the page. There's a little bit of token shenanigans that goes on. And we submit a post request. Now, this here this is a mistake, this passing in the token. I'll tell you why in a minute. Post request. So if I go to pop-up.js, we're taking out this API token here. There you go. And instead we're going to say token. Because if you look at the top of members.js, you'll see, oh geez, where on earth is it? Is it the top of pop-up? Here it is. See how it says let token equals? So that means that the token is available globally. So I don't have to go setting it and stuff like that. We can just do this, and there you go. So we've got a thing by the name of post request, and this is going to post a stuff. Yeah, it's going to post a stuff to an endpoint. And by the way, I have set up an endpoint. Let me show you it. The endpoint looks like this. So it's this endpoint here, fetch external messages. Alright, so we fetch the messages, and then we get a thing called data that comes back. Now, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to alert json.stringify data just to see what happens. Is that fair enough? So here we go. Clicking on inbox. And unfortunately it says undefined, and that really is quite unfortunate. So, let's take a closer look at fetch messages. So this thing sends a post request with an object. So we're going to just alert target URL, and then I'll alert json.stringify post object. That would be good, right? If we got that. So here we go. Nothing. Oh, well, that's kind of heavy. That tells us that this is not being called. So back over to messages. Okay, well, we've got these console.logs. I'll change them to alerts. Alert. We'll see what that does. Okay, here we go. Alright, so there's our URL. And that does match the URL that we've got here. There's the stuff that we're posting. There's our token. Okay, so we managed to get the stuff that we were posting. We managed to get the token. Okay. Now, could it be that we have an error here? Because I'm seeing alerts all over the place. Pardon me, I'm not... What did I just say? Could it be that we have an error? Because I'm seeing alerts everywhere, but none showing up at this little part here. So let's just see if this could be the source of our challenges. I'll switch this daft camera off because I'm doing a lot of work on the top right hand side of this page here. Alright, there you go. Or, excuse me, I have to cough. I'll turn the mic off. Man, I have got that just fell out my bed look on my face. Anyway, right, so top right hand side again. Here we go. Inbox. So there's the URL. There's the thing. There's the token. Error vibe. Target URL is not defined. Well, that's perfect, right? That is absolutely perfect. So, but I thought we did define the target URL. So let's look at this post request thing. Target URL. Oh, do you know what? Do you know what it is? I've just noticed it. I know exactly what this is. If you... Aye, this is what the problem is. This is the I keep on telling people that snake case is better than camel case, and this is why. You can see if you look closely here, we've got target URL with a capital URL all the way, and then when we go to the post request thing, capital URL, but then it's a lowercase URL. See that? Okay, let's try this. Yeah, so it's saying target URL with the underscore R's not defined. Let's try this one. Perfect. So that worked. We had a whole bunch of alerts and whatnot that came up there, but that's okay. I'm going to just get rid of some of them for the moment. Okay. So, we have a response body that comes back from this thing. And I'm going to just take a quick look at the website here. So this is where this API thing lives. And you can see that we're running fetch messages extension. It does a bunch of stuff. And then we've got some output with a new token. And then a body here. So what I'm going to do is we'll start with this new token thing. And when when everything is cool, I'm going to just alert. Now setting new token of. Now if this works, it's going to be amazing. But let's just try it and see. There's a wee bit of a song and dance going on with the tokens and all of that, which look at that, it works. That's excellent. Okay, so that's really, really great. Now the next thing that we're going to do. This is of course fetch messages. So what we do is we set our token, and then right underneath this we're going to say draw messages. I'm smiling because I think I've got this nailed. So back over at the API here, you'll see that there's a thing called body. So we'll do something like that. And so we now want to draw these messages on the page here. And we can have this anywhere that makes you feel good. We'll call it rows. And I'm going to just alert num messages is, let's just say rows.length. Okay, here we go, kids. Here we go. Clicking. Now that's not entirely right, that's for sure. So what we have to do then is, that's the rows in JSON format. So let's just say const rows is JSON.parse rows JSON, or even let's just call it response body. Okay, so hopefully that's going to work. And we're looking for it to say 2 messages. Num messages is 3. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So now we're going to draw those messages on the page, you know. Now the first thing that we do with that is we're going to run remove temp spinner. So if I do that, you're going to see that this little spinner disappears on the top right. Did you see it? Disappeared really, really quick. So now we're going to build something that looks a little bit like this. Alright, so this is going to be my first shot of Chat GPT of the day. Let me copy this out of HTML, and I'm going to go have a wee look at Chat GPT. Give me just a little sec here while I log in. Okay. Do you know, I think that there's I've got an amazing business idea to do with YouTube and Chat GPT, by the way. If anybody knows, just ask. And you are welcome to steal the idea. But I've got a really good idea. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of HTML. I'll tell you what the idea is actually. See if you ever started a YouTube channel and you called the channel AI Tutorials. and all you do is tutorials on things like ChatGPT, that would go absolutely ballistic. I might do that actually. I might even do that. Alright. Can you show me how to generate the following? I've got too much on though. That's my problem. I love it when it goes fast. Alright, there we go. So we'll copy that. And so we've removed the spinner. And we're now building the messages grid. Okay, so we add our messages grid. Now right here, it's not going to be document.body, it's going to be center stage, append child of messages grid. So let's save that. We will need to do a wee bit of styling before it comes to life. And it's ahoy to Simon, the godfather of speed coding. How on earth are you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. I hope you're doing all right. How have you been? Everything okay? Anyway, it's good to have you here. We're just ploughing on with this inbox thing. Doing extensions this whole extensions thing has been interesting. At first I was like, I can't get into this. I cannot get into this. But let me tell you something, folks. You do get into the groove. It's true. You get into the groove after a while. And these extensions are actually really, really easy. I would say that they've got a difficulty factor. I mean, there's a couple of wee things that are slightly different. But to me, I would put the difficulty factor in league with, can you build a contact form? You know? It's that league of difficulties, which for most of you is easy. You could do this in your sleep, you know? So I've been really enjoying the extensions, and I think that, again, I'm all business ideas, because I think that there's strangely enough, I think that there's a case for becoming an extensions only developer. I see Google Extensions as the gold mine that everybody forgot about, and they get too caught up in all of that mobile shenanigans. But extensions are great, you know, and I think it would be foolish of us to turn our backs on the power of extensions. Chrome extensions, that is. Never meant hair extensions or anything, you know. Although maybe they would be useful as well, especially for me. Anyway, here we go. And you can see that I've now got a little inbox here on the top right hand side. It looks kind of rubbish though, doesn't it? It looks kind of rubbish. So let's see if we can do something to make this look a wee bit better. You can see we've got there's nothing we can do with the width, unfortunately. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll remove the sent from column because it's kind of redundant, right? Of course, the message is from admin. Do you know what I mean? So let's do that. We're going to take this sent from div and we're going to get rid of it. And then as we look at our messages rows here, you can see we've got this vibe. Just going to take that out. Okay, so let's have a little run through this again. I don't know if it's the top row or these bottom rows that's letting this down, so I'm going to have to just investigate a wee bit. Okay, it would appear that it's these rows here. Now maybe if I get one of these right. So we'll go into custom CSS. I'm going to just say width is 100%. Then we'll take just one message row here. I think I know what it is. If I go to the style sheet, I'm seeing display as grid. And here on message row, you can see that we've got this vibe going on here. So I reckon that this should be 75%. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's getting there. So, not too bad. Having said that, I don't know if I like the way that the date is here. I think it's too complicated. I'm going to do it the way that Gmail does the dates. So give me just a minute. I'm just logging into Gmail here. And I'm going to see how Gmail handles this type of thing, you know? All right. Okay. All right. I don't think there's anything here that I need to hide. I don't think there is. So I'll show you my screen. All right. So you can see that with the case of Gmail, they use this shortened month thing that says March 17, something like that, you know. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, do you know what? I think I'm going to figure that out at the API side of things. Yep, I think I'm going to do that. So, where we've got these message rows here, we're going to say for, and we're going to loop through each of the rows. I'll add a little const, this row is that, it just makes me feel comfortable, you know. And then I'll copy this vibe. So const message row is document create element div. actually. Set attribute. Class. I'll figure out the icon later on. Okay. So then we've got a link, it looks like. That's right. And in fact, this part here shouldn't really be called message row. It should be called column 1. Is that? Then we get a row icon. Then I'm going to say column 1, append child of row icon. Let's just see how that's doing. Okay, so we say message grid, append child, column 1. I'm just going nice and slow here. And I'm not sure if that done anything. Let me try something else. Call1.innerHTML is here we go. Yep. Okay, I think the inner HTML vibe. I know exactly what it is. It's because we don't have font awesome. That's why that's not working. That's why it's not working. So that means that we have to get some icons. This is the thing about extensions, you know, especially with this manifest v3 thing. So you can see, for example, I've got an SVG here for email, and I've got one for email dark. Now let me just see if I can have a wee look at these things. Okay, so it's dev here. It's a folder called icons. So you can see that we've got email.svg, which is a light email box, and then there's email dark. That will be a black one. So I reckon we need to get an open envelope and a closed envelope, and the open envelope should be gold. That's what we need to do. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to do a wee search for... In fact, did I not? I downloaded the material icons lately. Material icons, will head to GitHub. Okay. So I'm looking for some icons here. Let's just see if we can find them, right? Might have to look around a wee while. So a whole bunch of CSS stuff there. Scripts, data. I don't think that's it. Let's try this one. So source. So here's a bunch of SVGs right here. So we're looking for an SVG. Could you give me a second? I can hear some funny noises. Alright, it was just a letter coming through the door, no big deal. Right, so I'm looking for the email thing. Now give me just a wee minute here. I'm going to search for material, design, icons. That is not the page I want. Nor is, oh well, maybe email. Doesn't really tell you what category it's in, if you know what I mean. But I know it's here somewhere. Oh, hang on. I just saw one that said communication. This could be it. Ah, there you go. Email. So here we go. Now, I've got one here. Okay. So there's a little icon. Now, how does it look? That's what I want to know. Does it look as good as the... Don't know if I like it. Let me try another. Alright, that might be the best that we can do here. So, what we'll do is, you can see I've got a download option here. So we'll save image as. I'm going to go to Documents, Dev, Wolf, Icons, and I'll just save it in here. Okay, so now I want to get an icon of an open email, if you know what I mean. So I'm looking, kind of like this one. email open. So why did I do all of that downloading bullshit when I could have gone here? I am an idiot. Alright, let's download that SVG into icons, email open. I don't know why I made life so hard for myself there. Okay, so this is going to be email gold. I'm going to make it gold in colour. You'll see that in a minute. Okay, so a whole bunch of downloading has gone on. Alright. Now, I don't think we need that, but we'll keep it for the moment, right? So, give me a wee minute here. Right, as we loop through our messages, we now know that this font awesome thing is definitely not going to work. So let's just say row icon code equals, and we'll just say image source equals. And how about if we just say icons email.svg, and then we'll just say that the inner HTML is the row icon code. So what does that give us? There's your answer. I want to just, before I use this thing, I want to make absolute sure that I'm not using it anywhere else. We are using it somewhere else, so glad we sorted that out. I think email gold.svg is what we want. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's giant. It's absolutely giant. So let's go back to the material icons thing. Ah, there's our advanced export. That's what I wanted. And there's the color. That's perfect. So this is the one that's going to be email gold. All right. Just not happening. Oh dear. Well, what can you do? What can you do? Oh, it seems to have downloaded that as a PNG. Alright, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Right, so what I'll do then is I'll just manually get this thing happening here. So the first thing we'll do is going to open up this custom CSS thing. And we're going to say that if we happen to be dealing with our messages grid, and if we have an image, then the width is going to be 24 and the height is going to be auto. So here we go. There you go. Okay, now we're going to get the actual colour right. I want it to be a kind of a golden colour. Alright, that's close enough. So we're opening up email gold here, and I'm going to just say that fill equals and then chuck in that colour. So now if we refresh, keep an eye on the envelopes, you'll see that they are now gold in colour. That's pretty cool. Now let's see what else we can do with this. Right, the message grid has got a background of all the D's. And I reckon it would be better if the background was pure white. Or maybe all the E's, you know. So let's try that, we'll brighten it up a wee bit. Yeah, that's kinda good. Yep, I like that. I like that. Okay, now I'm going to get my alternative opened message in here. Now I just want to see what this thing's going to look like. So I'll go like this. I'll go like this. And how about, you see we've got one called email-open. And there you go. Now you can see that that's gone black in colour, which is not too cool. Having said that, the black does stand out nicely, so maybe we should go black. Yeah, I think I'll call that a happy accident. I'll keep them black. So that's how that's going to go, right? Excellent. Now, we are looping through the messages here. And I'm going to do something kind of interesting. I'm going to say const row content is JSON.stringify this row. Then I'll say call one inner HTML also equals row content. Now this is going to just shows what's available here. And as you can see, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. And we've got a message subject and we've got a date created. Have we also got opened? I think we have. Yep, we've got opened. Right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say const row icon code or row icon equals. Now let's do a ternary operator, right? So we're going to say if this row opened is equivalent to 1, then our row icon is going to be this little beauty here. So this is opened. There you go. And if it's not opened, then it's going to be this email gold.svg. Alright, so we've now got a thing by the name of row icon. So there we go. Now here we'll just give this a wee go. Typo. Yep, that should be a colon. Alright, so you can see that these ones are opened. Now let's really make sure that that is behaving. To do that, we'll take a wee trip to the database. Gonna head into this wolf2 thing. I'll go to messages. Hold on. Select all from messages. Order by date created descending limit 0 3 or 0 2. Aye, 3's fine. Alright. So you can see we've got 3 messages here. And we'll take this one that says opened and I'll change it to a 0. That means it's now unopened, right? So if we open up our extension here, you'll see that we've got a gold envelope here, which is absolutely perfect. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Now, we've got a thing by the name of message subject. I'm going to just say const message subject. So message subject is this row. Message subject. And then we'll just add on our message subject. Okay, so now it's going to start to take shape, as you can see. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright. Now, this is column 1 that we're talking about here. So column 1 has got the icon and it's got the subject. But now we're going to do column 2. So I'm going to say const call2 is document create element div, and I'm just going to say call2 dot inner HTML equals this row date created. So here we go. Ouch. Okay. Oh, of course, we have to say messages grid append child call2 Okay, I see exactly what's happening here. So, let's just clarify what's happening by going to this messages grid thing. We're going to go to the style sheet. And we're going to say that the direct descendant divs have got a border of 1 pix red solid just for the moment. Now you can see that that is stacking, you know, which is kind of unfortunate. So let me just look at the code that's being produced by that. Beautify HTML. Oh, fuck off, man. See these cookie things, when I see them, I just leave. You know. Right. So what we got here? We've got our heading. Then we've got this. Now, if we look at our CSS code here, you can see that there's a thing called message row, but we don't have message row appearing anywhere. That's right, we don't have it anywhere. So what I think we have to do then is we have to say const message row div is document create element div, then message row div set attribute class is message row. Then we say messages grid append child of message row div, and then something like that. Ah ha ha, now look at that, isn't that great? The icon could do the wee bit of adjustment. We could add in a little margin, I think. But all things considered, I reckon that's looking quite good. So let's now go to custom CSS, and we're going to go to where this image is here. I'm going to say top. We'll try 3 pix, position, relative. Let's even do a margin right of 7 pixels. Lucky 7. Here we go. It's not too bad, but I don't like it. I don't like it. So here's what we'll do. Okay. I'm going to say const span 1 is document create element span. Then I'm going to say call 1 append child of span 1. So we've created a little span here, you know. And then I'm going to say span 1 inner HTML is blah 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 blah. And that's all. Well, that's our first span, is rather the row icon. So then we say yep. We'll do something like that, right? So then we'll say const span 2 is document create element span. So now I'm going to say span 2 inner HTML is message subject. Then we say column 1 append child of span 2. And there we go. Now let's just see what this does. Okay. So now we'll go to our style here. And I'm going to say span border. Let's go with 3 pix green solid. I really want to see the thing, you know. And there they are right there. Okay. So do something like that. Okay. Something else I want to do. If we're talking about message rows with a div of nth child 1, I'm going to say background colors yellow. That's excellent. So then you see how we've got this vibe here? I'm going to change this. I'm going to say display is flex, flex direction is row, align item center, justify content space between. Which gives us this. Now, for the message row, I'm going to say that the width is 100%. flex grow 1. Not quite happening. There we go. So that's pretty darn good, right? Now, this image is just not working for us, but the text is nicely aligned. So I'll bring the image down a wee bit. So I'll say top 3 picks, position relative. Let's try 5 picks. Let's try 6. Alright, that's close enough. And we can actually now chuck in our margin, right? 7 picks. Okay, that looks good. That looks really good. So now we can get rid of all of the crazy borders and all of that stuff. So all of this stuff here. Now I have no idea what's causing that. Looks like it's this borders top message div. Do you see that? So we'll go like that. Okay, let's get rid of this as well. Perfect. Now that's a really nice thing. And you can see we've got alternating colours and stuff like that. It's kind of cool, you know? Kind of cool. You can see what the messages that are unopened. So it's all looking quite good. Now, if we look at your leads, you'll see we've got a black background here. The question is, do we keep this black or do we go with blue? So that's black. That's black. I think I'll have it blue. Why not? Why not? Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Now, let me head over to the API endpoint here. So over on the API endpoint, we've got this fetch messages thing. And it's doing this. It's getting a bunch of rows, right? So now I'm going to prep the rows. So we'll say for each rows as key is assigned to value. Well, date created is value date created. Now if I take you back to the Gmail vibe again, that's how Gmail formats the dates. I think I'd like to just quickly test this if that's okay. So I'm going to go to the website and I'm going to go to messages, test. You can see that it says hi. Well, maybe you can't because I'm in the way. Hang on. Okay. So there it says hi. Now, I'm going to say now time is time. Target time is now time. And I'm going to echo date L. No, it would be M. How do they do it? Okay, so it would be, I think that. Okay, so there you go. That's how they do it, right? Now, this is today is of course the now time, right? And day start equals make time. Now, jeez. I'm going to call upon ChatGPT for this. Can you give me some PHP code that returns the start of the day? So it's alright, that's not how I would have done it. Can you show me how to do this using Okay, thanks. What value should I add for your time zone here? Cool. Alright. So we're going to go like this. Okay, now the start of the time zone. I'll just say this. I'm going to call it start of day. And I'm going to test this by just saying okay, let's test this. So I'm just making sure that it knows what the start of the day is. And it does. So that was the start of the day. And the start of the day is a timestamp. So here's what we do. If the target time is less than start of day, then the date sent is that. Otherwise, the date sent is date. Now again, I'll have a quick look at Google here. You can see they're doing this 3:40 AM business and things like that, you know. So how do we do that? I think I'll ask the employee of the month. There it is. So we go like this, and that's on our target time. So now we're just about ready to test this little thing here. So you can see that this one was sent at 12:29 PM. And that is for our target time. I'm going to echo the target time with a little HR here. Okay, so that translates to that. If we say target time is the target time minus 86400, so it's a day back, and now it gives us this format. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, so we'll change this test into underscore return Google date. I'll call it return Gmail date. Okay, so we add in a Unix timestamp. Okay, and something like that. Okay, so we return Gmail date. There it is right there. And I'm going to copy this little beauty. And right around here, I'm going to say rows with a key of key date created is that passing in date created. So now as we go back to our extension, as if by magic, the date is now formatted in that Google type of format that we like, you know. Of course, I just noticed that we need a wee bit of styling action. So let's go back to the extension here. And we're going to just say that for the second one, minimum width is 7M. I'll give it a background colour just so I can see the darn thing, you know. Okay, chuck in a wee text align centre. Alright, that's good. That's really good. It's going to be nice to have this wee internal messaging system working. I feel quite good about this. Alright, now the next thing that we'll do is probably the following. Okay, I'm going to say if this row opened is equivalent to 1, then I'm going to say message row div dot style is font weight bold. I had that the wrong way around. It's if opened is 0. So you can see that the new messages are now coming in as being bold, which is kind of cool, kind of cool. Okay, the next thing we'll do is on our custom CSS, I'm going to just say that message row hover is going to have a cursor of pointer. There we go. I'm also going to say background color gold. It's going to look crazy, but I just want to see. Yeah, that's kind of cool, kind of cool. Now the actual color that we do want is not that crazy color. It's going to be I wonder if we can make it white. Would that look cool? Not really. Okay, I'll go with, let me think, what would be yellow? Something like, if we add, now it's R, G, B. So if we add loads of red, that's the R. G's the green, we'll add loads of that, but no blue. That should be yellow. It is. Now I'm going to inspect. Okay. Style equals background color. So There's our crazy background. Now I'm gonna just do a wee adjustment. There you go. Now look at that. It's like something Google made, you know, for their AdWords. Pardon me. Okay, so that's looking great. And if we now open this thing up and just look at that, isn't that fantastic? The answer is yes. Now, there is one other thing, though, that we have to do here. We have to deal with situations where, what if there's no messages? Might seem like a downer, but it's probably worth doing, you know. We could also add a button here for get in touch. We'll do that later on. How is everybody doing? Oh, Smitty's Productive Dev Treehouse looking finger licking good. Thank you, God bless you. Bookeran's here, hello to you as well. It's ahoy to you folks. And thanks for those likes and all of that, I appreciate it. I've been in two minds about whether or not I'm going to keep doing these Saturday live streams or not. I honestly don't know. It takes a very special type of person to watch content like this, because this is not a tutorial, this is a real deal. But in any event, I think I'll add that button in. Shall we do that? I think we probably should. So I want a button that looks exactly like this. Do you see that one there? Exactly like that. So I'm going to copy the outer HTML and let's have a think here. Okay. So we fetch the messages and right, you see this messages manage thing? We can go like that and then just say compose new message. So here we go. And you can see that now says compose new message. I'm going to just check the spacing just to show you. Yeah, I'm literally holding my finger up to the screen and just checking that the heights are the same for the different bits and pieces. No, they're not, because that's got a sentence here. Right, okay. You've not submitted any leads so far. Well, that's a mistake, clearly. And I need to work on that. But for this, compose new message, looks okay. Looks okay. So let's just say button ID equals compose new MSG button. There we go. And later on we'll bring that to life. But first I want to deal with situations where we've only got one row. So if we look at draw messages here, you can see we've got a thing that says const rows, you know. Now let's just add a wee return here. And the idea is going to be that when we don't have messages, we basically just stop, you know. So I'm going to say if rows dot length is 0. Yeah, let's just say const info para is document create element p, and then info para dot inner text equals currently you do not have any messages in this folder. And later on we might do folder navigation. I haven't decided yet. So I'm going to just say center stage, append child of info para, then we say return. Now that will not show up here because we have 3 messages. But let's cheat the system. Momentarily I'll change it to a 3. And so that's what you get. Currently you do not have any messages in this folder. Isn't that fantastic? Alright. Well, I'm feeling quite pleased with myself, and I think I'm going to do the first commit of the day. Alright. So here we go. I'm going to ask a wee question to the room if I can. And I want you to do me a favour and answer it from the perspective of me, with my selfish perspectives. Okay? So give me some advice here and tell me what you would do. I started a thing on, what was it again? It was build a LastPass clone. And it was just a live stream, it wasn't a tutorial series. But I've had a couple of people getting in touch asking technical questions. They misunderstood it and they were like, how do you do that? How do you do that? And I said, look, I haven't even finished it. It wasn't a tutorial, it was just me mucking about. And so the question I have for the group would be, Fantasticola, thank you very much. I'm actually thinking about starting a company called Fantasticola. Anyway, what would you do about the LastPass clone idea if you were me? So, option 1, Udemy course. Option 2, free YouTube course. I am going to build it. Option 3, live stream build, which is not really a tutorial. That's the 3 options. Let me know what you think. And I really would appreciate a wee bit of advice with that one, you know. Okay, Ed Black is here. How are you doing, Ed? Nice to see you, nice to see you. By the way, your icon is a letdown. You were better with the picture you had, you handsome devil. Bring back that face. We like it. How on earth are you anyway? It's been a while since we've seen you. I hope you're doing okay. Now remember, folks, I'm asking what you would do if you were me. Be honest here. I don't want everybody saying do it for free. Would you? You think you'd do it for free? Would you? Would you really? Would you really? Well, let me know. Yeah, you see, somebody here has the confidence and all of that to give the. I know that it's in your interest to get it for free, right? But somebody has been good enough to see it from my own perspective, and that's what I'm asking here, because I need help, you know. I'm sitting here, I'm looking around the room and I'm saying, what can I sell, you know? That's the way it is. Anyway, it's good to see Ed back in full formation. Smitty, Bukaran, the godfather of speed coding himself. What a great crowd we have. Alright, so I'm going to just charge my phone up. Give me 2 seconds. Just going over to the other side of the room. Oh, Jiminy. Alright, folks. Well, thank you very much indeed. And some of you are now voting the Udemy course, and I really appreciate that. See, if I do the Udemy course, by the way, I'll let you know how it goes, right? I'll give you the inside scoop, because I have some questions about Udemy, and I must say, I'm kind of curious to see how that goes. I've noticed that on Udemy, there's this dark corner of Udemy, whereby if you take something like, I looked at React courses. Now, if you search for that React on Udemy, you'll see tons of courses making a gazillion pound. But there's actually, if you look hard enough, you'll find courses where two people have bought the course, or one person. There are tons of people who go on to Udemy and they just get their asses whooped, you know? Anyway, I'm interested to see how that goes. Okay, Smitty has a really good comment here. He says, the way I see it, it could give Trongate exposure using the Udemy platform, a win-win scenario for everyone. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I'm not in the slightest bit worried about Trongate, by the way. Trongate is the roaring success story of my life. We got another 3 stars yesterday. We'll be doing our 800 stars celebration. Huge announcement coming up. All of this we achieved without any help from Traverse, Steph Mischuk, Derek Banas, or any of the usual suspects. We've not had any mention on PHP News. We've not had anybody with over 1,000 subs doing a positive review or tutorial of this framework. And it's a miracle. And if we manage to get all of this achieved without any exposure, it's a cancelled framework. It's the world's first cancelled framework. And the fact that we got this far, let's face it, folks, it's a miracle. That's what I'm calling it. That's what I'm calling it. Now, I had an idea about the vote, actually. I might be able to keep everybody happy here, because 67 million of you voted for the Udemy course. Thank you to those 67 million people. And thanks for spreading your votes out so that you don't melt down the YouTube servers. But 33 million of you said free Udemy course. Now, I'm thinking there's a compromise here. What I could do is I'll do a free course on how to do Chrome extensions on YouTube. Maybe I'll show you how to build this wee thing here that I really like. I use this all the time. So maybe I can show you how to build that. And I might live stream the build of the LastPass clone. I'd started it, might as well finish it. So I could build it as part of a live stream. And then that means that you get the live stream version, but then I go back and I make it all nice and polished for Udemy. I actually might be able to do all 3. I just realised that. Now that would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. So thank you for voting. Keep your comments coming in if you would. Folks, I've had nothing to eat. And you can probably tell from looking at me, I look as rough as a badger's arse. So I'm gonna head to the shop and get some sugar. You know, some chocolate or something. Cornerstone of every nutritious diet. So would you give me just a few minutes? I'm going to just run out and get some chocolate or something. I don't know. Something. Would you do that? Would you do that? Right. Now, by the way, those of you who saw my inbox there, it's copyright strikes every 10 minutes. Look, copyright claim. It's all I ever get. Copyright claim. There's another. Today, there shall be no copyright claims. So I'm not going to play music. I'm tired of these copyright claims. So you're going to have an awkward 5 minutes. An awkward 5 minutes where I have to disappear. Would that be okay though? Because I'm just running to the shop, okay? It's a cool idea, Smitty. I think so too. Keep everybody happy, you know? Alright, so stay cool. I am going to disappear for about 5 minutes. The shop's it's about 100 meters down the road. But I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Stay cool. I'll be right back. Okay, stay cool. Here we go. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope everybody's doing okay. And we have Stefan Hummel here who's joined us, and it's ahoy to you. So anyway, I've been considering changing my name to the Code Jet. I would love to know your thoughts. Well, the Code Jet. I like it. Let me ask you a question though. How many hours per day do you spend coding on average? All right. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? Well, I'm not going to go all drill instructor. But you see, there's a couple of things that you might want to think about here. I've come to the conclusion that we live in very strange times. And I think that we live in an age where men especially are incentivized to, declare themselves champions of the universe because they were brave enough to cry in public. And I think that there's a lot of people who are eager to step up and take the prize, but few are willing to show up and participate in the fight. Now, if you want to tell me, do I think the Code Jet's a good name? I think it's a great name. However, it's marketing. It's a great name from a marketing perspective. If you're going to call yourself the Code Jet, the question is, are you going to just use that name as a marketing ploy to maybe influence some people into buying? Or are you going to own that name? Are you going to, own's not the word, earn the name? Are you going to earn that name? Now that is the question of all questions. Tell me, are you going to earn the name? You going to earn it? Or are you just going to give yourself a cool name? If you're going to earn it, then tell me how. What are you planning on doing, or what have you already done? You see, I happen to like a cool name. Some of you may have known. I'm calling myself the web developer extraordinaire these days. Funny old story behind it. I needed my bathroom fixed. And I contacted a guy and I says, look man, somebody recommended you, told me that you were the best bathroom fitter. Could you give me a hand? And he says, absolutely, I'm the bathroom fitter extraordinaire. And I thought, I like that. Made me laugh. So I kind of have a wee giggle with that, But you got to earn it. That's absolutely true, And we have to run towards the fight. Do you hear what I'm saying? Run towards it. Would anybody like me to sound like a nutcase for a few minutes? Hello, Dan. Dan Stuff is here. How on earth you doing, Dan? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Last night, I was really, really exhausted. In fact, I'm going to tell you what my day was like last night. And you'll all think I'm a bit crazy. But yesterday, I got up at... I think I got up quite late. probably about 7:30 in the morning. Usually I get up at 5:30 in the morning. But I get up at 7:30, I started live streaming almost immediately. Then a phone call came in, and I had to finish the live stream earlier than normal. So I had to finish the live stream at about 12:30, noon. So I finished the live stream and I had to go out because somebody had a problem with their cat. You may laugh, but I really like animals. I wanted to show up and offer a bit of moral support. My car's being fixed, and I make no secret of the fact that I'm slightly short of cash and short of exercise. So I finished the live stream, and then I walked approximately, let me think here, I would say about 8 miles to this person's house. And when I say walked, I actually ran 2 lampposts, walked 1 lamppost. So I practically ran most of the way, just in my ordinary clothes in the pouring rain. Eventually I got there, I went to the vet with this person, everything was fine. Then I walked back, and again I ran 2 lampposts, walked 2 lampposts. So that was about 16 miles of travelling, again in the pouring rain. But it was further than 8 miles, it was about 10 miles on the journey back, because I did a detour to my mum's house. I like to visit her. I popped by, how you doing, etc. Then walked home. By the time I got home, it was quite late at night and I was exhausted. Must have been about 9 o'clock no, actually, it must have been later than that. Maybe it was about 10. And when I got home, I was completely exhausted. So I did a Udemy tutorial on Android, which I've been learning. So by now I'm completely exhausted, like this, I'd been soaked to the bone. But I stayed up, did this Android tutorial, did another few bits and pieces. And then eventually by 1 o'clock in the morning now think of the day, up at 7:30, travelling all of this distance in the pouring rain and everything. And I was exhausted. And I really wanted to do some Speed Coding Academy 2 videos yesterday. But how could I? This emergency had come up. It had taken me away from the stuff that I wanted to do. I'd lost a big chunk out of the day. And I thought to myself, well, I'm so tired, I'm no good to anybody here. I'll just turn in and try again tomorrow. And then as I was about to turn in, suddenly I played a tune on YouTube, which I'll give you the link to if you want. I'll give you the link. It was a Fleetwood Mac tune, of all things, called I'm going to embarrass myself because I don't know how to spell it. But the tune is called Rhiannon. And this was the video here. I'm going to give you the link, right? I can't play it, unfortunately. But I think I can show you the screenshot, right? So I played this at 1 in the morning. This tune. And I'm going to encourage you to listen to this tune, by the way. Especially the last 3 minutes of this tune. And I don't even know what the hell this tune is about. But this girl singing. And who the hell knows what she was singing about? But let me tell you something. This gal, Stevie Nicks, is a frigging witch. I'm sure of it. And I really encourage you to listen to this song the last few minutes. And in the last few minutes of this song, she goes nuts. I can't even make out the words or anything. But she starts shouting, "You're a dreamer. You're a dreamer," over and over. "You're a fucking dreamer." And it was like a diamond bullet to the forehead. And I listened to it, and at the end of it, I thought to myself, do you know what? I don't give a fuck if I'm tired. And I recorded 2 Speed Coding Academy 2 tutorials and edited them and rendered them. That is earning the fucking name. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, you fucking school leavers? That is earning the name. You see what I'm saying? So anyway, here's the video. I hope you enjoy it. I'll give you the link to it. And that's a typical day for me. 100% typical. When I made Trongate, I was doing 20-hour days. You know? Parts of it, I don't even know how it was made. I have no clue how the query builder works. But I was just doing 20 hours a day. And so, to answer your question, I love the name. I love it. I approve of it. I think it's really great marketing. But the trouble is, there's not many people who are willing to go and earn the name. Do yourself a favour, listen to that tune and pay attention to the last 3 minutes. Turn me down and turn that up. I'm telling you, man, if there's any magic on this planet, it's right there in the music, you know. Powerful thing, music, don't you know? Oh, by the way, did I mention I have... That's right. Turns out I'm pitch perfect. I never even knew it. Pardon me. I'm not at the stage where I can go, here's an E flat diminished 7th. I cannot do that. But I can sing songs in key, even if I haven't heard them for a long time, which is quite freaky, isn't it? Anyway, enough about me and how awesome, how perfect I am. That's exactly what you came here for, innit? Let's face it, that's exactly what you all came here for. Anyway, apologies if I'm rambling. All right. Very good to have you here. Welcome, folks. Welcome. Welcome. Shall we dance? Oh, people, do you hear me? Oh, shall we dance? All right. So I'm working on this Chrome. I'll flip myself over here. I'm working on this Chrome extension. And specifically, I want to build an internal... Look at this beautiful thing. All of that was done today. I'm really, really quite pleased with this. It looks good, right? Looks good. So, internal messaging system. There's basically only 2 parts of this remaining. View message and compose message. I suppose reply. It's kind of a bit like compose, right? Alright. So here we go. We're going to start off by getting the view message feature working. So, here's how it goes. You can see that we're using JavaScript to dynamically create. Can you hear me okay? Everybody's a bit quiet and it freaks me out, man. You're freaking me out when you go quiet. Holy moly. Somebody let me know you're alive. Give me an I if you're alive. Tony Robbins started doing that. He stole it from Scotland. I'm stealing it back. I is our word, don't you know? And I'm going to talk in this angry voice for no apparent reason. Okay, so give me an I if you are still alive out there, will you? My self-esteem needs all the help it can get. All right, so we're using JavaScript to draw a table here. I've called it message row, right? So here's the message row. It's a little div. And when you think about the messages that are on the database table, each and every message has got a code. So what I'm going to do is on this message row thing. Where on earth is it? This message row div, that's what it's called. I'm going to say message row div, set attribute, ID, And the ID is going to be this row code. Simple as that. Alright, thank you, Smitty. God bless you to the highest, my friend. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for that energy. Where will you folks be? North, west? I am facing you dudes in America. Good vibes to you. Good vibes to you. Alright, thank you very much, folks. Thank you very much. We're all part of the same family here, don't you know? Okay, so I'm adding on an ID here, right? Now we're drawing, I'll take this out of my way here. I'm drawing a bunch of messages. Here they come. And if I inspect this, if you look really closely, do you see how each and every row has now got an ID, right? So, what do we do next? The answer is, we add, come on, that's right folks, we add an event listener. We add an event listener. So we're going to say message row div, add event listener. What kind of event are we going to listen for? A click. When we get a click, we're going to take that event object and we are going to fetch the message. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to pass in event.target.id. Fetch the message. Now, here's where it gets kind of interesting. Oh, you can see that we've got draw message folder. Let's keep the name conventions the same actually. Let's just call it draw message. There you go. So we'll keep the conventions the same, the naming conventions, right? We'll head upstairs. We're looking for something kind of similar to what we've got. So we'll just do this. I'm not thinking. This is the best web development you'll ever get. And in fact, when you think about it, this is a message code that we've got here. That's what we're taking in. Now, what do we do next? Well, we clear the stage. Now, hold on a minute. Okay, here we go. Oh, gee. I'm looking for a thing by the name of spinner. Something to do with a spinner. Do we have something? Ah, right, okay. Fetch messages, draw temp spinner. Right, fine. So here's what we do then. We clear the center stage. So that's going to clear the center stage. Then we're going to load the HTML, and it's going to be called message.html. Okay, so let's load a thing up that we will call message.html. This is so easy. These Chrome extensions, folks, I'm telling you, man, you can do this. It's easy stuff. It's easy. Yes, indeed. Now, let's have a wee reminder of what the actual offline message system looks like. So the offline messaging system looks a little... Oh, that looks terrible, doesn't it? That looks really bad. Alright. Well, let's just say message details. And I reckon we can give this a wee test. Well, that's a bit of a downer. Never quite worked. Message row div is not defined. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Okay, now. Message row div. Ah, well, of course. Aye, that is not defined. It's actually right about that. So let's copy this, take it out of here. We've actually got a whole bunch of junk that we don't need here. There we go. and our little event listener thing should live there. So here it comes. We're going to click, and there you go. It's now going into message details. Oh, hark the herald angels sing. Okay, so we're going to build a little message thing. I have to just figure out what it's going to look like. And I kind of like the look of this. Kind of like that. What else do we like? Let's have a look here. If we... I really don't know. That it's funny how sometimes the bits that trip you up are stupid things, you know? Okay, give me just a wee minute. Okay, I think I've found something that I can potentially work with. If we look at these things here, we could add a ref on the right hand side. We could add a date sent maybe. Maybe date sent's the way to go. Or maybe a reply button. How about a reply button? Then over on the right hand side we'll do the date. And then we'll do the message like that. The way it displays here. That might look good. So we're doing this, right? And as we click into the message, yeah, that is going to be good. That is going to be good. So here's what we do then. We'll go back to a message thing, right? And we're going to call this the message. We're going to have two divs. Now, I'll keep an eye on this YouTube message that I got. I want it to look a wee bit like this. So we'll have a button, and the button is going to say reply. Okay, compose reply, or something like that. Over on the right hand side, we're going to have the date. And then, now this part here can be part of a top row. So we could go like that. Chuck these two little beauties inside here. Have to kind of use my imagination and imagine this, you know. And then down here you'd have a div that would have this content in it. Something like that. Okay. Okay. So that's the basic vibe. Now when we open this in our extension, it's going to look pretty rubbish. But our job now is to make this thing look super, super cool. So I'm going to have a little ID, and this is going to say the message upper, we'll call it, right? So we'll head in to custom CSS. I'll space everything out just at this point because I'm building it and I want to keep the CSS stuff reasonably separate, right? So we've got the message upper, and of course we've got the message itself. I'll give the message a crazy old border of 1 pix red solid just for the moment. I'm going to say it's got a display of flex with flex direction column. And then the message upper, we'll say display as flex. I'll say align items center, justify content, space between. All right. So, right, so the message upper, let's say that the message upper in our divs have got a border of 1 pix green solid. Now that's going to all look a bit crazy, but it will give us some idea of what on earth is going on, you know. And there you are. It's actually not that bad. Not that bad. Now I'm going to take the message upper and I'm going to say border 3 pix, purple solid. Again, I just want to see the thing. Okay, now okay, cool, I'm glad I did that. Do you see how we've got this align center going on here? Let's change that to flex end. And what that's going to do is it's going to move the date to the bottom of this thing. Everything moves down, do you know what I mean? I'll show you. There you go. So do you see how it's all moved down? That's right. So that's looking pretty good. Now the next thing we'll do, now that we've had a chance to look at it, I think that this should just say reply. I don't think it should say compose reply. And the other thing is, we're going to take the second div there, which is the message. So we're going to go like this. Now, let me go back to this thing. Hold on a second. So right here, I'm going to say ID equals message content. Okay. So for message content, I'm going to say margin top 1M. Background color, I'll go with white. Let's just see how that does. So here we go. Okay, it's nah, we need more height, but not too much more because it's a Chrome extension. So I'll do that, but I'm going to call it the message direct descendant div of nth child 2. Okay, here we go. Alright, that's looking good. Now, let's have a div here with an ID of the message. Okay, so now we're going to go to custom blah 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 blah. Actually, it's going to be called message content. Or maybe message body. No, message content. That's cool. There we go. So, for that, we're going to say background color is white. And just for the moment, I'll say that the border is 3 pix red solid. I just want to see the thing, you know. So here we go. Okay. Good. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is let's make this have a background colour. I'll give it a crazy background colour. And let's say display is grid gap 1M. Nope. Okay, let's try something else. Width 90%. Okay, let's say margin 0 auto. Okay, this grid did not help us. Ah ha ha ha. Well, well, well. Okay. Now, got a margin top of 2M there. Let's do 2M0, which means the margin left and right is 0. Okay, I don't quite understand why it's not going the full width of the thing, so give me a wee minute. So message, content. All right. Padding, so top and bottom of 0, left, right of 1M. Okay, I was really getting in knots there, but I think I've just about got it going. So alright. I'm really getting in knots here, but I think I've just about got away with it. Although this was certainly a crazy 5 minutes for me, you know. But I'll get rid of all the daft background colours and hopefully, with a wee bit of luck, it'll start to look normal. Yeah, there we go. And if you look closely, it's almost as if it's a little letter that we've got here. You could argue that you could make more margin top and bottom, but keep in mind this is an extension, so we don't want to go too crazy with this, you know. And I think that's looking really, really good. I like it. I like it a whole lot. Of course, one challenge is that we've got this reply button, but we don't have a button for going back. So let's see if we can do something about that. Now, we want yeah. So we'll just go like this. And I'm just going to say go back. That was the wrong page. It's here. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we're going to have a button here for going back. There it is. But I want this go back button to be kind of clear, you know. So I'm going to say class is alt. Oh, and look at that. That's perfect, isn't it? That's really, really great. Brilliant. Okay, so we are looking fantastic. And that is exactly the format that I want these messages to take, you know. I like it. I like it a whole lot. So let's get the go back button working. So I'm going to say ID is, I'll call it message go back just to avoid any potential confusion with other stuff. Okay, now the idea here is we go to pop-up and we're going to go to load HTML. We've got a little switch statement. I'm going to say case. Now the name of our HTML file is message.html. When that happens, we're going to run activate message page, and then we'll say break. Activate message page. So it's actually going to be remarkably similar to this one here. So async function activate message page. Okay. So what we do here is we're going to say const go back button is document get element by ID, and it's that little beauty there. Then I'm going to say go back button, add event listener, click, and when we click on it, well, it's going to be just like we've clicked to a messages nav. So I'm going to go here and do something like that. Alright, so hopefully now the go back button's worked, and I know, oh jeez, typo, I can feel it. Alright, it was a typo, and it was a typo with our switch statement, I think. And there's the typo right there. Okay. So when we hit this, we're going to click go back, and look at that, it works perfectly. So now we can go back, you know. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I love it. Alright, now we're going to go back to the message itself, and you see where it says the date goes here. We're going to take that out, and we're going to say ID is send date, and then with message content, this is going to be empty because we need to fetch that from the API, you know. So when we do that and that, that's what we get. We could even say style equals display of none. So now we get that. And how about we chuck in a little spinner? Yeah, that would be kind of cool. with a margin top of maybe 3. Isn't that awesome? Like I say, extensions are a wee bit different from normal pages, but you do get into the groove, you know, if you give it a chance. Alright. So now we have to fetch the message. So how does that one work? Well, let's have a look here. We've activated the go back button. That's fair enough. But now I'm copying this one down here. I don't think we had to say data equals there, by the way. Give me a minute. Okay, so it's going to be remarkably similar to this, and we're going to say await, but instead of fetch messages, it's going to be await fetch message. Await fetch message is going to be remarkably similar to this little beauty here. So this is now fetch message. We don't need to draw a spinner, we've already got one. But we get the old token, we request a new token and all of that stuff. And then we're going to clarify what the target URL is. So I'll call this one fetch message. Okay, but we need to get the message code. So how do we do that? I hear you say. How do we do that? Well, what we could do is, I'm looking at the top of these files here. Okay, let's say let current message code, we'll make it an empty string, right? So this is now a variable that's available throughout the entire script. Therefore, do you see how we had draw message there with this message code kicking in? Let's say that the current message code equals the message code. That means that we now have a value called current message code that we can access anywhere at all. So with that being the case, we can now add on the current message code to the URL, which is messages fetch message. This is a good time to head back to the API, and we're going to build the thing. So here it is. Now, on our website, we're going to say, let's have a thing that's kind of similar to this. So it's going to look something like this. We'll call it fetch message. And it's going to take in a code. And that is going to be fetch one message. Now if we save and refresh, do you see how we've got a thing that says get message here? So the idea is we chuck in a message code, and if we look at the messages here, you can see that we've got a few of these to choose from. I'll grab this one. So you chuck in the code and then you hit submit. All right. So let me just say messages, fetch, message. I'll take this stuff out. And I'll say authorization all. I just want to make life easy. Okay, cool. So over on messages, I'm gonna say function fetch message. I think I'll call it fetch message extension just so that I don't get mixed up with this. Fetch message extension. So just momentarily I'll jump back here. So it's fetch message extension. That's what we're calling it, right? So that's the URL. Here is where the action is. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that is going to be remarkably similar to what we've done before. So we generate a new token upon each and every request. And then we're going to say code is segment 3. Now these message codes, if we have a closer look, they look like this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They're all 16, right? So we can say code length is string length of code. Now if the code length does not equal 16, then HTTP response code 400 and a die statement. That's the end of the road. We're not even going to query the database, right? But if the code is good, we're going to say record object is this model get one where the code is the code from the messages. And then we can JSON the record object. Now I'm going to cheat here. So I'm going to just pretend that the code is that. And by doing that, it means that I can test this thing out, you know. Okay, here we go, kids. You miserable swine. Messages, fetch. Messages. Fetch message extension. Okay, so that's saying bad request, which is a wee bit of a downer. But let me echo code lang die statement. Oh, we've got a bit of auth stuff getting in the way. I'll take this out. Okay, that's looking good. So we'll bring back the authorization in just a minute. But for now, let's just do this. And there's our message. Now, if we had added in a rubbish code, the message object would return false. It just says bad request. Let me do this again. If I said that the code is blah, we know that that's rubbish, right? So it just returns false. So if we echo get type record object, you will see that the record object is an object if it's valid, but if it's invalid, then it's a boolean because it's false, right? So what we do then is we're going to say if the record object is false, then it's an HTTP response code of 400 with a die statement. But if everything goes well, then we can now have access to this little beauty here. Okay, so what we're going to do now? Well, I'm going to stick to this type of format that we've got here. So by that, what I mean is, you see how we've got a new token up here? I'm going to return the new token because the token gets refreshed after each and every request, which is really good for security, you know. And the output body is JSON encode record object. There you go. And that's our response. That's our endpoint now, 100 million% already and looking all right. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. But in fact, there's a couple of things to do just before we send it. I'm going to say record object, date created. I'm going to call upon the date object and I'll say 15th February 2018, something like that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe even at, and we'll chuck in the time. Now, how do we do the time? It's this. That's the time. So like 10:15 a.m., that type of vibe. So that is going to take care of our date created. Then I'm going to say record object calling upon now we've got a message body here. We've also got a message subject, which I just realized. But let's just say that the message body is NL to BR trim message body. Let's do the subject as well. Record object calling upon subject. I probably don't even need to do that, but there you go, right? So now we have a fabulously presented API endpoint. I don't need to check it because I am the web developer extraordinaire. And then we'll save it and then head back to the thing. So it's on messages, fetch message extension. You can see that we set the token. And then finally, we're going to draw the actual message itself. Now, draw message is going to be remarkably similar to draw messages. So it takes in a response body. And we'll start off. I'll just alert. Alright, I just want to see how we're doing. I don't want to do too much coding without testing it. Well, aren't we glad we did that? So syntax. Await is only valid in async functions on messages.js line 20. So I've said await fetch message. Damn. Await fetch message. I'm going to need to bring this closer here. Code looks okay to me. Because look, I'm using async. So await fetch message, we are saying async here, you know. Activate message page. Is it this? Do I need to do that? Is that what it is? Maybe that's it. Oh, it's a nightmare. Okay, so draw message folder is not defined. Ah, jeez, man, I'm all over the place. Alright, would you give me just a couple of wee minutes here? Ahoy, Gear, nice to see you. It's ahoy to you. Thank you, thank you. Nice to see you. Dan's stuff is here, you know. We've got Smitty. Stefan's there somewhere. We had Dafa around about a wee while ago. But very good to see you folks. Very good to see you folks. You're all super welcome. Could you give me just a couple of minutes to think about this incredible dilemma that I've got myself in? All right, we have Ricky in the house. Oh, pardon me, that's Ritik. Ritik Vanny in full formation. He says, hello, how about the last videos? We wanted to tell you we followed your last pass alternative live coding. We wish to have more videos on the development of the last pass alternative. Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I'm surprised. As I had said recently, the last pass videos were not really a tutorial. It was just me mucking about. And I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with that stuff yet. Now, I would like a last pass alternative. I think we need one. But I don't know whether to build it for myself privately. Maybe do it on the live streams. Do a YouTube course or do a Udemy course. I don't know. But I haven't actually built a full LastPass thing yet. I mean, what you see is as far as I got, you know. So, what do you do? I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me wait till this thing's finished that I'm working on. That's this thing here, right? This thing. And when this is finished, well, I'll do the LastPass thing somewhere. Either here or maybe on Udemy. I don't know. Excuse me. I'd actually quite like to do it here, funnily enough. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Right. Anyway, I have a mistake. Sadly, I have a mistake. And it's quite miserable here because all hell is breaking loose. Await is valid, and then look at this, draw message folder's not defined. What the heck is it on about? Did I not have a draw message folder? I thought I did have that. Oh, there it is. Draw message folder. Okay. This is going to make me really miserable. I think I'm going to have to backtrack, unfortunately. Now, it's not all bad news, because give me a minute. It's not all bad news because I did build the API thing, you know? Alright. Oh, you miserable swine. So basically, somewhere along the way, I have completely messed up. Let's have a look here. Oh, good. Well, at least we've got that back. I think I'll do a commit before I do any more damage. Hold on. So git add all, git commit now about to build view message page. Alright, that makes me feel a wee bit not a git repository. Oh, okay. CD users git add all, git commit now about to build the view message page. Okay, I apologize for the mix up there. So right, I remember this. Okay, so what we're going to do then, this becomes just await fetch messages. I'm going to have to do a wee bit of rebuilding, but it's not too bad, you know. And if we bring this open, click here, and click here, that's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Okay, so what are we doing? Well, if you look at popup.js, there is a thing by the name of load HTML. It's got a switch statement, and the switch statement says activate message page. Activate message page is going to be remarkably similar to activate messages manage. In fact, let's do that. And since we had a weird error earlier on, I'm going to be testing this thing pretty constantly. So what we could do is, do you see how that's got a spinner? Maybe we could just say remove temp spinner. That would be good, right? So let's see if we can do that just for now. There you go. So we removed the temp spinner. Now, another thing that I'm going to do is Do you see how we're going through these rows here? And then we've got draw message, and it takes in an ID, right? So have a look at draw message. Takes in this message code. So we're going to say let current message code is an empty string. That makes it available globally. But then when we click on that little beauty, we go like that, which means that we can now, I'll even do a set timeout just to be smug, you know, just to prove that it works. If we alert current message code, hopefully it's going to do just that. So 2 seconds. And it never gave us it. Well, I'm glad that we checked that. Okay, so let's do alert the message. Oh, I'm not even spelling it right. Let's try that. And it's empty. Okay, so oh gee, okay, so message row div is this thing. Message row div has got an ID. Now I am gonna alert message row div ID because I really need to know that that's working, you know. So there's one ID, 2, 3, perfect. Now when I'm clicking on, do you know what it is? I know what it is. So what was happening is, when we clicked on it, the thing that we clicked on is not necessarily the table row, it's a table cell or something like that. So what we want to say is const parent row equals, now if we say const clicked element is event.target, then the parent row is closest, I can't remember how to work it, employee of the month. Can you show me the JavaScript code for getting the closest parent with a class of whatever in JavaScript? It's blah.closest parenthesis, then the name of the class. I remembered it. I don't need ChatGPT. So we say clicked element dot closest, and then let me just show you. Okay. So do you see how we've got a thing that says message row? I think it's that. And then we would say parent row.id. Now I am going to just alert parent row ID and then hit return. And we'll give this a wee try. Damn. All right. The class is called parent row. That's what I done. That is exactly what I done. Or did. Alright. Alert the parent is, let's say, parent row dot outer HTML. Okay, so here we go. The parent is, now there it is right there. And you can see that we had a parent ID. So const parent ID is parent row ID, and let me just say parent ID here. It's caveman coding because I'm going so slow here. All right. There you go. So we've now got that ID. Thank heavens. So draw message, passing in the parent ID, right? So let's now go and find draw message. Here it is. And we've just got this message code thing. Again, it's all caveman coding because I'm just doing some alerts. I want to make absolute sure that I've got this. I think we have. So, here we go. We now set our current message code. And we'll give this a little try. There it is. Looks good, right? And then we load up our message.html. Okay. Now over on popup.js, you can see that when message.html loads, we activate the message page. So that's this little beauty here. And activate message page is going to be remarkably similar to this one. So I'm going to say await fetch message. Now let me just copy this, and I'm going to just alert running fetch message. So let's just see how that does. Running fetch message and everything's beautiful. Okay, so let's have a wee look at how this one's going to go. Okay. Alright, now there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here, so I'll add a return in and we'll just test each of these wee things one at a time, right? First thing we're going to do is get the new token. So it's almost like a wee handshake that we do, which, as you can see, old token is not defined. So fetch message. Here we go again. There you go. So there's our new token, right? So we request a new token. I'll take this out. Then we're going to go to fetch message extension, but we're going to add on the current message code. There it is right there. Now, there's actually no need for a post object here. Because it's not a post request. So we'll take that out. And we're going to say await get request to this target URL. Okay. Now when that happens, we're going to call, I think we've already got a draw message somewhere we have. So let's just call it draw message page or something like that. I don't know. Draw message page. But we'll deal with that in a minute. The main thing is we need a thing called get request. So over here you can see that we've got post request. So we're going to do exactly the same type of vibe, except it's going to be called get request. It will not take a post object. There you go. So back over here, fetch message awaits the get request. And then we set the token and we draw the message page with this new content here. Draw message page will be remarkably similar to draw messages, which looks like this, right? So it's here, draw message page. Okay, so I think I'll have it, well, how about here, function draw message page. Now this takes in a response body. I'm going to just say alert. Now drawing the page with. Now if that works, it will be a major checkpoint. No. So messages JS39, we've got a console.log error here. Okay, I think I've got an idea of what went wrong. Head back to the API. I'm probably going to have to test this. So, allow me just a second here. I'm going to go to messages, fetch, message, chuck in the code. Pardon me, it's fetch message extension. And it's given me a 400 response. So that is because of this thing. So I'm just going to say that new token is blah just for the moment. Okay, hold on. Let me do that again. Ah ha ha, right, okay. Fetch message extension, messages 51. So there's the mistake. So if we JSON record object, it's just a typo. You'll see that we've got message underscore subject. Now, the other thing that we've got is message underscore body. So that's this little beauty here. I should have checked it, you know. There it is. So that's our API now in good shape. Okay, so back over to this little beauty. And look at that, we've now got our message here. Looks really good. Looks really, really good. Okay. Now, let's just go through some of these bits and pieces slowly and make sure that we've got this thing working the way that it should. Okay. So we've got a thing called draw message, and it's going to load up our message HTML. Then it's going to activate the message page. Now you can see that we've got remove temp spinner here. I'm going to take that out. And that remove temp spinner is only going to happen at this point. So the idea is if we inspect this, okay, do you see how we've got a thing here that says send date, right? So I'm going to say const send date element is document, get element by ID, send date. Then I'm going to say send date element inner text equals response body. And think about our API endpoint here. We should have date created. So now if we run this little beauty, it says undefined. Isn't that just perfect? All right, not to worry. I'll just say const message is json.parse response body. Then I'm going to say message inner text is that. All right, this time, here we go. What did I just do? Alright, so it's message, date created. I think that's it. And it's the send date element. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. Alright, so you can see that it's added the date there. Now, unfortunately, it looks completely rubbish. So let me add in this. We'll try that again. It's just so fucking annoying, this. Remove temp spinner. Right, I'll just keep on going. So, let's just say const message content element is document, get element by ID, message content, and then we have a thing that is called message content. So const okay, document, get element by ID, message content. So I'm going to say message content container dot remove attribute style. Then I'm going to say message container element inner HTML is message, and we're going to chuck in the message body. Alright, here we go. There it is. I have to confess, I was losing the will to live for a minute there. I was losing the will to live. But that's looking pretty cool. Okay, now I'll change this padding so it's 1M all around actually. We'll try this again. There you go. I'm quite tempted to make the message scrollable, you know. I could do that. So we could say max height, and we'll give it some crazy old height, and then you just say overflow auto. So watch this. Now the message will be scrollable. See what I mean? I think I'll keep that. Alright, so that's that, and you can see that the go back, the go back button does not work. Okay, so message go back. I thought I had done that. I had not done that. Right, okay. So we're looking at activate the message thing, activate message page. And so I'll just say const go back button is document, get element by ID of that. Go back button, add event listener, click. If we click on it, it creates an event object. And then when you click on that, it does that. Okay, so I think we've now got our back button working as well. So here I'm going to click go back and look at the beautiful page. Now, unfortunately, you can see a wee error here, right? So let's just figure out how to make that look decent. So we've got a thing by the name of the message. Now if I say width 100%, could it be this one? Width 100%. Ah, you miserable swine. Maybe like 90%. %. Okay, message content is going to get a width of 94%. So width 94%. Right, here we go. And if we go like that and that looks good. And if we go like that, I think we're going to have to add a minimum width in here. Okay, here's how we do it. That one looks quite decent. And that's 558. So let's just say minimum width 558. I made a bit of a mess of that part of it actually. I suppose I could also add a minimum height in here. Maybe. Min height, let's try like 260. That looks quite good to me. So we'll do that. Okay, here we go. It's the internal messaging system. So that's a big old message here. Here's a short message. And here's another. And I think that looks really good. That looks excellent. Okay. Now believe it or not, we're on the home straight with this. We've done most of the difficult work. I'm going to say git add all, git commit m, now displaying message. There we go. So that's looking great. The next thing, there's going to be two more things. When we view a message, I'm going to, I'll need to remember this. In fact, I've got a sheet of paper here. Okay. Let's set to opened. I'm writing this down. Set to opened. The next thing I want to do is when somebody goes on the home page, if they've got a message that's waiting on them, I want that thing, the button on the top right hand side here, I want that to flash or something, you know. So let's do that as well. So if I do that, we're in really, really great shape. Then I'll get the compose new message working. So compose new. Then I'm going to get reply. And then it's only 2 in the afternoon. That'll be the end of the live stream. Because what can I tell you? Success, victory. What more could you possibly expect, you know? So that's going to be pretty darn cool. I'm feeling quite pleased with myself here. And we're almost there. I think I'll take a wee break for 5-10 minutes to say hello and see how you are doing. How is everybody? What are you working on today? Anything good? Tell us. Come on, join in. Why don't you? Let me know. I'm just going to check my email while I have this at the front of my mind just now. Okay, let me just see here. Having a wee look at the old emails, you know. Nothing dramatic. All right. Oh, well, life is looking good. Life is looking good. I have a very happy email that has just arrived, which I'll show you. I'll show you my email. Give me a minute. This is good news for a guy like me. Received at delivery depot. Oh, don't it make you feel good? I feel really glad about that. Yep. Love it, man. So the way things are going, they're saying that this is at the delivery depot. I should be getting this on Monday or Tuesday. And I'll lower my voice and act all shady. But let me just say this much, folks. Let me just say this much. I have a sneaky suspicion that it's going to be a very productive week next week. Do you know what I mean? I think it might just be. So that's excellent. I feel great about that. Thank you, Gear. I'm pretty chuffed. Anyway, is anybody up to anything good this weekend? I have a movie I'm checking out later on, which I've seen before, but I want to go and watch it with my lady Wonder Wench. It's called Fall. And if you're scared of heights, you'll love it. It's about a couple of thrill seekers who go climb up a big aerial, you know, out in the middle of nowhere. Gear was playing golf in a golf simulator for 4 hours and chilling the rest of the day. Have they managed to make a realistic golf simulator yet? This is a technology that I do not know. Give me a wee second. I'm going to just get my guitar. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty cool thing, if it works, you know. Do you know that they invented golf in Scotland? Bet you never knew that. I wish my fingers were faster. But unfortunately they're not. I don't know if you can hear that. It's just an unplugged electric guitar, but I really love this one. It's a French one. And I picked it up. Everybody who plays golf knows that. Alright, take it easy. Well, this is a beautiful guitar here. It's called a Lag Jet. I never plug them in, but I use them when I'm watching programming videos and stuff because I get bored. Not bored, it's the wrong word. I get distracted easily. I apologise, bored is not the correct word. I get distracted, you know. So if I'm watching a tutorial, or sometimes even if I'm talking on Skype, I'll just something like that. Anyway, where would we be without rock and roll? That's what I want to know. Where would we be? Here's to rock and roll. Yeah! Some of us still believe, right? Okay, kids. Let's now head back to the vibe and let's nail this sucker and then go home. Okay. So, I want to get a vibe where this checks if there's a message and it's going to flash if there is a message, right? And now, what is it going to do? I don't even know. I suppose we'll figure it out, right? Let's start by just drawing the thing. So, I'll take a little commit just in case I make any stupid mistakes here. No, I won't. So if we have a wee look at dashboard, right? So what we'll do is we'll say let's have a class equal to got messages, we'll call it, right? So the idea is that when we've got messages, we'll add this class on here. So let's chuck it somewhere that makes us feel good. And we're just going to say that the background color is gold. So if we open up our thing again, you can see that that has now gone gold. I think that's looking pretty good. I don't know about the gold though. I don't know if it's quite the right colour. Let's see if we can make it a wee bit more decent than that. Maybe if we brighten it up a wee bit. I wonder if we could go with an orangey colour. That might be good. Or green. Or... Nah, I had it right first time. The kind of golden colour's cool. Like this. Okay, that will be the colour. So the background colour is going to be this, right? So as we head on in, you can see that that's hopefully standing out, you know. Okay. So the next thing that we'll do is I think I'm going to add in a kind of blink text. Do you know what I mean? So if I go like this and just say blink. Now look at that. That's kind of cool, isn't it? But having said that, do we really want that to happen? Maybe we could just blink the envelope itself. Maybe we could just say class is blink. Yeah, that's kind of good. That's actually kind of good. I like that. I like that a whole lot. I think the colour has to be brighter still though. There we go. Now that looks pretty darn good to me. Okay, so here it is. There you go. So that's what we want to happen when somebody, I hope you can see the screen, when somebody has got mail, you know, that's what we want it to do. Okay, so how does this all work? Well, let's figure it out. I'm going to go to popup.js and you can see we've got a thing here called draw dashboard, right? Now at load HTML, you can see that we've got a thing here called activate dashboard. There it is right there, okay? And what it's doing is it's going through those different buttons and well, adds in a link. That's all adding in a link, by the way. So see what it says, visit your website. But the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to check to see if user has mail. Okay. So how do we do that? I hear you say, how do we do that? Well, what we could do is if we open up our messages thing again, we could do something like the following. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just say check for new mail. And let me say await check for new mail. Now I'll keep it on this page just for the moment. I'm going to just alert checking for new mail. Here we go. Oh ho 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 ho. Well, this is all of this await thing and all of that garbage. So let's just go like this. Check for new mail. Oh, I forgot to say function, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so here we go. Checking for new mail. Right. So how does it work? Well, we'll take this out of here. So it's messages.js it's going to go to. Now I'll just do something like this. So check for new mail. Now this little beauty is going to go like this. I'm all over the place here. Okay. So I'm just going to say got new mail. Okay. There you go. So got new mail. Now let's build our endpoint here. So the endpoint is over where the website lives. Now I'm just going to echo a number. So let's just say num new messages is 3. And yeah, so it would be something like output. It'd be something like this. So the vibe is we go like that. We'll chuck in a new token. I'll just say blah for the moment. Okay, and then on messages, got new mail, we get this. Something like that coming in. So we've kind of got an endpoint that's ready here, right? Needs a wee bit of work, but let's just focus on this extension for the moment. So there's our endpoint. We've got an API token and all that stuff. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just alert this little beauty here. And then we'll just see how that is, right? So here we go. Now it says await is only valid in async functions, blah, 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 blah. So where the heck? Ah, right, okay. So I'm going to just say async. There you go, and you can see that it says the number 3, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to say const num new messages. Now that is going to be parse int of response body. And then all we have to do is say if num new messages is greater than 0. So what do? Well, we look at our dashboard, which is right here, and we look at Yeah, we look at these two things, so give me just a second here. So you see this little beauty here? So we're going to say const mail box or mail div is document dot query selector of this. Then we're going to say const mail icon is document query selector. Same again, this little beauty here. Now, I could actually have these up here. So what we're going to do is, if the number of messages is greater than 0, well, first of all, it's just going to be a case of saying mail div class list add, and we're adding on this class list, which is called got messages. We can take this out here. So now we're doing this dynamically, you know. So here we go. There you go. And then we're going to say for the mail icon, class list you know what, let's not do class list add, let's do set attribute class is got messages, then set attribute class is blink, then mail div dot class list remove got messages mail icon, let's just say class list remove blink. Okay, now I'm going to hit return here, and we're going to have an ordinary dashboard once again. So you'll see the dashboard looks kind of ordinary, no flashing stuff. As you can see, it's ordinary, right? But now we're going to bring this stuff to life. That's right. So here we go. So we go like that. We'll have to sign in. The server responded with bad request. Parent int is not defined. That's supposed to say parse int. Let's try this again. Bad request. So submit request new token did not work. What can you do? What can you do? It would appear that In my genius, something has broken, and I don't know what. So let's just see. Okay, so that's good, right? Oh, I know what's going on. Right, okay. So let me alert. Right, here's what's going on. If I alert old token, I know what's happened here. Do you see? Oh, jeez. All right, here we go again. Nah, there's something no right about this. There is something very badly wrong with this. So let me alert target URL, and I'll alert the API token. So there's the target URL. There's the API token. Oh, right, okay. Right, so here's what happened. It was the API that's the problem, it's not the extension. Over on the API, I said that the new token is blah. That is a mistake. So what I should have done is this. I should have gone like this. You'll see that that's now working. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now back over here. Right, this appears to be okay, and so I am going to bring back that parse int thing, because I think that is the right code. And let's try it. Let's alert num new messages. 3. Okay, so why is that not working? Let's try again. I am adding the stuff. Alright, where it says document, I'll say center stage. Can you believe that? Well, I tell you what we'll do. I've got an idea. I have an idea. Let's go to dashboard and let's call this one. Let's give it an ID of mailbox div. And let's give this an ID equal to mailbox icon. Okay, so heading on back here. Where on earth is the thing? Here it's here. So it's document get element by ID, mailbox div, and the mailbox icon is document get element by ID, and it's mailbox icon. Okay, perfect. So mail div set attribute class has got messages, other thing classes blink. Right, that should work. So it's got 3 of them. And there you go, it's working. So we'll take out the alert now. So we'll do this again. And you see that that's flashing. Look at this again. Boom. Isn't that excellent? It's really, really great. If we happen to have our API sending out a 0, then it all disappears, goes back to normal. But only when the API says, hey man, you've got messages, then it gives you this wee flashing effect. How cool is that? Oh man, I wish I could hire myself. Alright. So that's really good. All we have to do now then is fetch the new messages for this particular user, or count the new messages. To do that, I'm going to head here and let's just bring this one to life. So I'm going to take this out for now, and we're going to just count new messages belonging to this user. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing that we do is we look at our members list here. And you'll see that we've got a thing called token extension. So I'm going to kind of cheat a wee bit. I'm going to say new token is that. And then I'm just going to say params token extension is new token. So the idea here is we'll open up the query builder. Don't we just love the query builder? It makes life so much easier. So I'm going to modify this thing here. We'll open our query builder up. And then we're going to go to messages. And then we're going to go to members. Now, we want to join where Trongate user ID is sent to. This is an inner join. We'll select everything from messages. And here's our SQL, which we can copy. Now I'm going to just say SQL equals so it's basically like that. Select all from members, inner join where that is that. We're going to say where. So let's say where members dot token extension is token extension, and messages dot message folders ID is 1. Oh, also and messages dot opened is 0. Okay, so we say rows is this model. We're using query binding, pass in the SQL, pass in the params. Everybody loves an object. And we're going to say num rows is count rows. And then I'm just going to echo you can see it says got or num rows is 1. I don't know if you can see that there. Is it hiding behind me? Might be. Anyway, I'll show you. So if I take that out, you see how it says num rows is 1? I'll keep that off for a minute. Okay, so that is our num rows, are actually num new messages, we'll call it. Num new messages. There you go, right there. Perfect, right? So now we're going to get the proper new token in. So this means that our new token system should now be working. This thing should be fully secure. And now we're going to give it a try. So you can see here that it says your inbox. It's all flashing, and when we click on it, sure enough, we've got a new message. But now we're going to pretend that we've gone and read the message here. So if we take I'm looking for a column that says opened. Now hold on a second. Select all from messages, order by date created, descending, limit 0, 3. Okay. So can you see how we've got a column here that says opened and this is a 0, right? Let's change that to a 1. So we're pretending that it's been opened. And if we do that, then what happens is it does not flash. However, if we go back to the database, we'll change opened to 0. Back in here. Now it's flashing again. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Okay. So I'm quite liking that, you know. And this thing has got all sorts of security and everything in it, so it should be fairly solid. So git add all, git commit m, now flashing the mailbox thing if the user has unopened messages. Ah, how you like me now? How'd you like me now? Oh people, do you hear me? I'm feeling pretty darn pleased with myself. Thank you very much. Your applause is most welcome. Yeah, man. Alright. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So, how are we feeling about life these days, folks? Is everybody having a good time? Everybody having a good time? Everything working? Now, those of you who are coding, remember, the trick is you come into this with an expectation of success. That's right. Expectation of success. In fact, you know what? Before I go on, thanks for voting on the thing. Udemy live stream build. Okay, so you don't want me to live stream that build. Okay, fine. I appreciate the vote. We need another poll here. I'll think of something. But how about that nice extension thing here with the message system? Isn't that looking really nice? I think that's looking positively good. So they go in, they can view the message. Look at how nice that is. It's just perfect. But there's a challenge. The challenge is I have been coding now for 4.5 hours, which is normally nothing for a dude like me. But unfortunately, I'm not on anything here apart from black coffee. So I must confess, I'm feeling a wee bit slightly as if the old energy levels are down a bit, you know. So, what shall we do? I think I might blow the whistle there. I'll give you a wee rant before I go though. So, I'll show you some of the other things I've been up to just in case you're interested in this. Oh, a bit too close. Alright. So I've spent a wee bit of time looking at Android Studio lately, you know, and I'm not a genius or anything at it, but I think it's worth learning. And I think Swift's worth learning. I don't know if any of you have ever tried Android Studio. I probably shouldn't open it up at this point. But I've been going through these tutorials. I got a Udemy course actually, and I'm about halfway through it. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we can do some Android stuff. Now I've got a friend, as you know, Derek. And Derek has been learning React. And he uses React Native to build mobile apps. I have a whole lot of respect for Derek. He might even be here. However, I don't really agree with his decision to learn React Native. And I'll tell you why. See, when it comes to Android development and iPhone development, we're not in the business of using the Unreal Engine and stuff like that, right? We're not making games here. Everything that we're doing is basically just database skins. You know, text areas, checkboxes, and all of that stuff. So none of our front end stuff, as far as mobile development goes, is particularly advanced or complicated. That being the case, I think it makes complete sense just to go fully native and learn something like Kotlin or Swift or something like that. So that's what I've been doing, that's what I'm focusing on, and hopefully that's what we'll be tuning into soon enough here. Anyway, that's a sneak preview of coming attractions. But before I go, have a look at these fabulous GitHub stars. Look at this. 788. Whew, I like the sound of that. You know, I have a feeling that next Saturday, certainly the Saturday after, we could be celebrating 800 stars. And what an incredible day that's going to be. Yeah, so I hope you'll join us for the 800 stars celebration if and when it comes along. And I think I'm going to leave it there because I'm a wee bit tired, you know. Just a wee bit. By the way, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep on going, but I'm going to do some tutorials. And I'm also going to record some videos for Speed Coding Academy. It's probably not the kind of thing that you'd be interested in, right? So thanks so much for passing by, folks. I do appreciate it. I appreciate you. I hope you've had a fantastic day. Those of you who are members, I'll be back again hopefully tomorrow. And I'm going to keep on going with this. I've done most of the difficult work. The rest here should be quite easy. I think it's looking great. I like it. I'm really, really happy with this. You know? I do think it's going to take me until the end of next week to finish, unfortunately. But like I say, DC 2.0 is on the way. Some of you know what that means. And I'll talk to you very soon. Okay, so thanks a lot, folks. Take care. Have a great time and great weekend. Don't watch too much news. It's all bullshit. I'll see you later. Bye.